Well, good afternoon, everyone, or maybe good morning or evening, depending where you're joining us from. You are looking at a live launch site of ELA 4 at the Guiana Space Center in the French Guiana, France, at the tip of South America, where we are counting down now just 47 minutes, 40 seconds to the maiden flight of Ariane 6. It's been a long time coming. This next generation launch vehicle comes in two variations with two boosters on the side, or four. Today they're launching two. And on board, we've got a number of payloads, and we're going to dive into everything that we know about the mission over the next 47 minutes. We'll, of course, be listening in to mission control audio once we get that access, that expecting to happen in the next 15 minutes or so. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad. Here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together. Take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. We got David in Dublin, Ireland. We got Heliki, sorry if I said that wrong, in Germany. Ginger is in Lakewood, Washington. We've got David in Michigan. Mark's in White Oak, Tennessee. We got Patrick in Holland, and we've got Thomas watching from Michigan. It's great to have you here. We're coming to you from our TLP Canada studio in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, for today's broadcast with these live views from the European Space Agency of the French Guiana at the Guiana Space Center, where Ariane 6 is fueled up and ready to go. We did have an hour delay earlier in the timeline, so today we have a 2-hour launch window. We're now targeting 1 hour into that. So we do have 60 minutes they could hold for any reason should they deem that they need to. But at this time, everything is continuing on schedule for that target liftoff in about 46 minutes from now. Everything green across the board. That small delay that they had earlier was due to some systems that when they did some final checks, were not exactly right. So they wanted to take some time, make sure those are prepared and ready for today's flight. This is the maiden flight of Ariane 6, Europe's new rocket capable of a wide range of missions, replacing Ariane 5. Ariane 6-2, which is the vehicle you can see on your screen, can launch payloads of approximately 4.5 tons into a geostationary transfer orbit, or all the way up to 10.3 tons to low Earth orbit. Its kind of sister rocket, 6-4, which will have four boosters on the bottom, can carry payloads up to 11.5 tons to geostationary and a staggering 21.6 tons to low Earth orbit. Ariane 6 stands over 60 meters tall and weighs over 900 tons when it's launched and fully loaded, roughly the equivalent of 1.5 Airbus A380 passenger jets. The development of Ariane 6, the European Space Agency has been working with a network of industry professionals and over hundreds of companies in 13 different European countries that was led by the prime contractor, Ariane Group. France's space agency, CNES, built, run, and maintains the Ariane 6 launch facilities at the European spaceport in the French Guiana. Ariane 6 has been designed to have flexibility to be able to launch both heavy and light payloads to a wide range of orbit for Earth observation, telecommunication, meteorology, science, and navigation. The payload carries also offer smaller, lighter payloads lighter than 200 kilograms to piggyback on launches of the main payload, helping bring more payloads to orbit depending what the customer requires. On board, we've got a number of payloads today. Amazing to see so many customers flying payloads on the first ever flight of a new vehicle. We have Space Case SCX-01, which is a test reentry capsule for reentry technologies as new generation ablative materials for thermal protection systems for the Ariane group. We have GRB Beta, which is a 2U CubeSat for testing technologies to improve gamma ray burst detection. That is from the Technical University of Cois. We have a ISTSat-1, which is a 1U CubeSat for characterization of aircraft's cone of silence and in-flight performance of a custom-made automatic dependent surveillance broadcast from the University of Lisbon. We have 3CAT-4, which is a 1U CubeSat from the University I'm going to say this wrong. Universitat Politicania de Catalunya? I'm so sorry to that university for saying that wrong. They are testing various payloads, including atmospheric and ocean measurements with a GNSS reflectometry and an L-band radiometer, and a spring-like antenna for ship tracking. We have the OOV cube, which comes from the Technical University of Berlin, and rapid cubes for testing various technologies, including Internet of Things or IoT communication technologies. We have Curium 1, which is a 12U amateur radio CubeSat by the Planetary Transportation Systems and Libra Space Foundation, which is testing various radio systems. We have the Nix Bikini, which is a test reentry capsule by the Exploration Company to test atmospheric reentry techniques for future cargo resupply spacecraft's design. Definitely a company to watch out for. Some amazing things coming from them. Robusta 3A is a 3U CubeSat from the University Space Center of Montpellier for testing GNSS reflectometry techniques for mapping atmospheric water vapors. We have a Replicator, a 3U CubeSat by Ride Space and Orbital Matter for testing 3D printing polymer materials in orbit. We have Curie A and B, which is two 3U CubeSats for NASA to study radio burst emissions for solar eruptive events such as flares or coronal mass ejections. And then there's a bunch of non-deployable experiments that are on board, including Perisat. We have Peringus, which is a Leafy. We have Sidlock and YP-SAT on board as well. So lots of payloads on board this demo mission, which is truly incredible to see. As always, if you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and we'll work on answering those live. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage the like button, share out the stream. Really does help us out. Share the stream with more people as we count down to this historic first flight of Ariane 6. We want to hear from you, though. We have a poll in the YouTube chat. How do you think today's mission is going to go? Do you think that we'll end up seeing that dreaded S word, or do you think we'll see a launch? But if we do launch, do you think we'll see a first stage anomaly, a second stage anomaly, or will we see all payloads deployed? Catching up on the chat here. You can keep sending in your comments and questions in the chat. I know I saw a question asking, does ESA, Mike, does ESA have any plans for transporting humans? At this time, they are working on a Suzy craft, but it is something that we're not entirely sure how long that'll take to get out onto the ground. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. Make sure you engage that subscribe button so you never miss another live launch coverage, space news update, or exclusive one-on-one interview. And make sure you join us over on the TLP Discord. It's free to join. It's where our community hangs out in between streams. Catching up on all of your questions in the chat. You can make sure you're tagging us at the Launchpad so that we can see those. We are at 38 minutes, 40 seconds, and counting till launch. Hyde saying, where are the red options? Well, that would be a first or second stage anomaly. We're going to go positive, though, and hope that we don't see one of those. A lot of work, many, many years has gone into getting Ariane 6 out to the pad, and it does have a lot of history from Ariane 5 and Vega that they've taken to develop this launch vehicle. Trina's watching from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Welcome. It's great to have you here. We got Helen is watching in the UK. So is Rich. We got Moto Ko watching in France. Welcome. Aravel says, "Let's go, Ariane." Absolutely excited to see them back out of the pad. It has been a quite a while since we've gone to see an Ariane 5 launch because it has been retired. The final Ariane 5 flew. I just want to make sure I say the date correctly. It's been so long. The last Ariane 5 flew on July 5th, 2023. So here we are, almost, we are actually just over a year ago that last Ariane 5 mission took place. So here we are with Ariane 6. It'll have two variations initially, but today we are seeing the launch of the 6-2 variation as it has those two boosters on the side. The rocket stands 62 meters tall. The fairing is that top portion where you see the blue and the black and white circle at the top. That's 20 meters tall. It has two strap-on boosters. The fairing diameter 5.4 meters. At liftoff, it'll produce over 8,300,000 kilonewtons of thrust, and an average cost of launch is about $88 million. It's a two-stage launch vehicle, so we have the boosters, the core stage, and then a second stage. So we will have those three different burn phases during the flight. But 36 minutes, 30 seconds, and counting till the historic first flight of Ariane 6. We're going to take a very quick commentary break, so stand by as we patch in ESA and get ready for full countdown to launch coverage starting T-minus 30 minutes. Stay with us. Well, good afternoon, everyone, or maybe good morning or evening, depending where you're joining us from. You are looking at a live view of ELA 4 at the Guiana Space Center in the French Guiana of French territory in South America, where we are now counting down just over 30 minutes till the maiden first flight of Ariane 6. ESA is getting ready to begin their live coverage, and of course, we will listen in to Mission Control for the updates as we go through the countdown. Take a moment, share out the stream, and let's listen in as we prepare to watch the historic first flight of Ariane 6 launching from the French Guiana, ushering in a new era of space exploration for the European Space Agency. We are going to transition to our feeds where we have multiple feeds on screen. On the left side of your screen, that is a live raw feed of the pad. On the right side is the view coming in from the official broadcast, where we'll be listening in to flight teams and the commentators as we count down the final 29 and a half minutes till launch. As always, if you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those live to the best of our ability. And make sure you take a moment, share out the stream, invite people to join us as we get set to watch history with the first ever Ariane 6 launch. A number of payloads on board, some will be deployed, some will not, and here we go.
Proceed to the launch of Ariane 6.
We will transition to the commentators here once they get into the studio. They are running some beautiful copywritten music there as we get through the final minutes, but the launch vehicle out on the pad, fueled up, ready to go. T-minus 28 minutes, 36 seconds, and counting. We'll work on syncing our clocks with theirs here as we continue through the final minutes of the count. Momentous day, years in the making, over 14 European countries working together to bring Ariane 6 out to the pad, and it's being controlled from that beautiful fishbowl room down in the French Guiana. A big congratulations to everyone who has worked on this vehicle, getting it out to the pad in preparation for today's flight.
Running smoothly here at the European Spaceport in Amazonian French Guiana, where we're coming to you live as we prepare to turn the next page in space history. Europe's newest rocket, Ariane 6, is on its newly built pad preparing for its first journey into space. We have a stack of passengers on board from experiments and CubeSats. They're up there in the fairing to re-entry capsules waiting to lift off in half an hour. The countdown on the top right-hand side of your screen there. And over in Mission Control, which is about 15 kilometers from the pad, the nerve center of operations, the teams inside what we call the fishbowl, that protective glass, are going through the final preparations before launch. Right now the boards are all green. That's a good sign. We are go for launch. I'm in the commentary box here with Tina Buchner de Costa. Tina is a launch systems engineer from the European Space Agency. And in the French commentary box, we've got Lisa Peterson and Luce Fabregat. Tina, it's great to have you with us. You've been helping to design and test the system, so this is a really big day for you.
Absolutely, Katie. I am so thrilled to be here with you today, and I still can't believe that today is really the day we have all been waiting for. My rocket engineer heart is pumping loads of adrenaline in my system right now, and I can tell you that I share this incredible excitement with all my colleagues who have been working so hard to prepare this moment. It is a great honor to be their voice today, so I really want to shout out a big hello to everyone who worked on Ariane 6 here in Guyana, back in Europe, in the factories and in your homes. This day is your day.
It is indeed, and it's going to take about 3 hours to deliver all our satellites. So just run through what's going to happen, Tina.
Yeah, so earlier today, the mobile gantry, that is the building for the preparation of the rocket, was rolled back, and now Ariane 6 is standing under the Guyanese sky. On top, hidden under the fairing, are the passengers of today's launch. And coming up very shortly is the final countdown. So we will ignite the main engine, followed by this, the opening of the fueling arms. So the yellow ones you see here opening. And just after we're igniting the two boosters, we are flying an A62 version with two boosters today. We will be heading out northeast on today's trajectory. And once ignited, the boosters provide over 80% of thrust, and after only 2 minutes, they have sent the rocket to about 60 kilometers of altitude using almost 300 tons of fuel. We see here the boosters are separated, and 1.5 minutes later, the rocket is outside of the atmosphere and the fairing that protected the satellites is ejected. Then the main engine cuts off after about 7 minutes into the flight, and the first stage separates, leaving the upper stage on its own. The first ignition takes the rocket to orbit, and after what we call a coasting phase, where we're just doing half a lap around the Earth, there is a second boost, and this will bring Ariane 6 to a circular orbit where our CubeSats will finally be released. So this is a very important moment in today's mission. Here coming up is the CubeSat release in the circular orbit. After that, we will go into a demonstration phase after another very long coasting phase. And this coasting phase is also a crucial part of our mission today, where we prove the novelties of Ariane 6. And at the end of this, the upper stage will flip in space and restart the Vinci engine to brake and set itself on a collision course with Earth, burning up in our atmosphere and limiting space debris. But before it touches atmosphere, 2 capsules are set to detach and head on their own mission to survive the extreme temperatures of the re-entry. And all 3 elements will then splash down in the Pacific Ocean, far away from civilization. This will end our mission.
So that's what's coming up, and here we are now on the pad. Ariane 6. So far, all the tests on Europe's new rocket have been done on the ground, but today it's set to prove itself in space.
Indeed, today is a major step towards the qualification of Ariane 6. With inaugural flight today, the rocket will experience really for the first time its real conditions in space. This is especially true for the upper stage and all the ballistic phase, because there's only so much that you can actually test on Earth.
Indeed, and you and the teams have been practicing with a test model of Ariane 6. So I wonder how it feels, Tina, to actually have the real thing on the pad today.
Well, you hear my voice vibrating for a reason. It's super exciting, but on the one hand, it somehow feels like a déjà vu, because we have indeed done quite a lot of thorough testing, and we repeat today what we already did several times. We have tested all the systems, and we have, of course, tested the engines on the ground. But this time, when we ignite the boosters, we will have to let our baby go. And I can tell you the concentration and tension among all the teams is quite intense right now.
And Ariane 6 has been designed to carry all kinds of different spacecraft. And of course, the satellites are continually evolving, so versatility has to be the key. What's new on board?
The main change is that Ariane 6 has a reignitable cryogenic upper stage that can switch on and off with the help of another brand new feature, which we call the APU. We will introduce that later. Ariane 6 was built to be modular and flexible, and we can reach several destinations in one flight. It's a bit like a bus that allows its passengers to get out at different stops on request. And today we also have a lot of different passengers on board the bus, and they need to go to different destinations, so we will test that.
Organisations across Europe have come together to build Ariane 6 and guarantee Europe's continued access to space. Let's find out more now about our new rocket, Ariane 6.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad and our live launch countdown to launch coverage of the maiden flight of Ariane 6. On the left side of your screen, a live view of the launch site where teams are going through final preparations from the fishbowl in preparation for today's flight. Currently sitting at 21 minutes, 13 seconds, and counting till launch. At times we will pull up some of the different feeds that we have here coming in. There is a live look at the broadcast in the top left, 2 live feeds, and the most important board, the status board, and that is a beautiful screen of green as we count down the last 21 minutes till launch. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us. Send in your comments and questions in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering you live while we continue through the broadcast here today. We'll also work on patching up some of the audio there. I see a couple people saying, can it be a little louder? Absolutely, we can do that. And there's that beautiful live view of the launch site where teams are preparing for liftoff here today. 20 minutes, 25 seconds, and counting. A ton of payloads on board, as they were talking about, ready to go. But some really important ones are those 2 re-entry vehicles that are being tested here at the end of this mission. So unlike most missions where we see the second stage get to its deployment place, or third stage sometimes, and we see deployment and that's the end of coverage, today the second stage is going to do a burn, set it on a crash trajectory back to Earth, so there's no more debris left in orbit. This is part of really a lot of nations around the world's work to no longer leave space debris as much as they can. But those 2 re-entry vehicles will then begin their test and see how they perform their re-entry. We're not 100% clear if ESA will be staying live through all of this, but we do hope they will be, as it's a test of Ariane 6 all the way from launch through basically disposal of its vehicle. So an incredible test happening here today. Many milestones on the block that we're hoping to see them achieve. And we want to hear from you. How do you think today's mission is going to go? If you're watching on YouTube, we have a poll going in the chat. Few answers there. Take a moment, let us know. Right now in both streams, over 65% of you are agreeing that all payloads will be deployed. Around 20% of you are saying the dreaded S word, and if we need to do that, that's what they need to do, but we hope they don't, but we will continue to follow along the last 19 minutes in the count. Also, if you're interested to get your hands on some of our limited edition Ariane 6 first flight gear, we do have that now available over on the Launchpad shop. Head on over to the launchpad.store and you can get that. Global shipping is now available. We do have a commemorative tee with the date on it that will be shipping out once Ariane 6 is actually confirmed having its first flight. So definitely check that out. All that goes into helping expand our team and our equipment to bring you even better coverage, including hopefully getting down to the French Guiana in the future. We've had the invite, just very expensive and difficult to get down there. We're answering your comments and questions, so send those in the chat. Thank you to Mannix for becoming a solar explorer. Thank you so much. Very generous. We appreciate that. Michael's asking, do we know if they have onboard cameras like SpaceX? So we did see one a little bit earlier looking down the side of the core stage toward the booster. So we do know that they have some onboard cameras. How many they will use for public broadcast versus how many they have internally, that is a big question. SpaceX has a lot more cameras than we ever get to see, and that's because those are internal. But as we continue to count down 17 and a half minutes to launch, let's listen back into ESA Mission Control.
For Ariane 6, which really is a massive feat of engineering. But Tina, what do we actually mean by launch system?
So the launch system, Katie, for which ESA is responsible, is actually the combination of the rocket itself and its launch pad. The launcher design and production was the responsibility of Ariane Group and its industrial partners, and the launch pad is designed and built by the French agency CNES and partners, and is significantly different actually from Ariane 5. It has less buildings, less means, and that allows simplified operations and a shorter launch campaign. And the impressive construction, we will see a bit more in a second, was done protecting actually fauna and flora here in Guyana.
And we're looking here now at a movie to show some of the stages. What happened? What are its main features?
So everything started with earthworks and excavation of this 28-meter deep hole. This is where the launch pad now has its flame exhaust ducts. And here we see the start of the railwork for the mobile gantry, so this colossal Eiffel Tower on rails. The building that is used to actually access all the platforms. And you remember, Katie, we've been in there.
Yeah, very impressive.
Several floors. Here we see the steel structure actually being built in a time lapse. And on the left side of the movie here, you see the water tower that is actually used to damp the noise at liftoff. And on the right side, you see the exhaust flame ducts for the boosters. Huge concrete structures, actually.
That's where all the flames of the fire comes out.
Yeah. This here is the assembly building for the 2 stages. Now we do that in horizontal integration, which reduces the cost. And here we see some pictures of the installations for the propellant storage, handling and transfer. There are thousands of components and valves, and actually a lot more than what we see here is underground. Quite impressive galleries.
Quite a labyrinth under there.
We have a look here at the water pool, which is equipped with the spark igniters. And this is where we burn the hydrogen from the line's cooling process or when it evaporates during filling operations. And here we have a quick look at the water system test. And the water is actually being recycled after every launch. And to finish, we see a mock-up that was used to train putting the rocket in vertical position. And finally, the cherry on the cake for the launch system was the long firing test we did last year in November, where we qualified the main stage flight.
The hot fire test, as it's known. So we have a number of passengers on board the bus today, sharing their ride. All spacecraft, of course. We don't have any people on board. The biggest one is about the size maybe of a satellite dish, and the smallest one is the size of a little box of matches that you could fit in your pocket. We have satellites from commercial companies, space agencies and universities, and they range from established players like NASA to students designing their first ever satellite. And most of them, well, they're testing their technologies, aren't they, to check that they actually work in space, right, Tina?
Yeah, we do have lots of different fascinating small spacecraft on board indeed. Some are detecting gamma ray bursts, so the most powerful explosions in the universe. Some are tracking wildlife. We have one checking which materials actually work best to get rid of heat in space. And one is testing a technology for a kind of a Wi-Fi in space, but using light instead of radio waves. And of course we have 2 who will return to Earth, so 2 re-entry capsules.
Some really interesting stuff on board there, and we'll be finding out more about them later, of course. But before launch, all eyes are on these status panels. The green panels, that's a good sign, the fact that they are all green. They're showing us the go, no-go status across the base, a little bit like traffic lights. They all need to be green for a launch to go ahead.
Indeed, so what we're looking for are actually 3 main systems. And these panels are showing us the health of those systems. There's the launcher with its ground systems. Maybe it's not very visible on the screen. So we call it the ensemble de lancement and the lanceur. It's on the right side of the panels. Not sure visible for everyone. The second one is actually the satellite, so the so-called payload stack. And then there's a third group that we look out for. They are all part of the range. Now we see it better. The range includes actually telemetry, radars, the weather, and safeguarding. And today we have still a very comfortable launch window. Now it's 3 hours. We had a little delay because some routine checks in the ground segment equipment happened earlier this morning. Yeah, but it means that there's still plenty of time to fix any glitches if a panel turns red.
And we have a couple of control rooms on the job today. We have mission control, which is what we're looking at. I don't know, 15 to 20 kilometres from the pad. A bit like the air traffic control tower at the airport. And closer to the pad, we have launch control, a bit more like the cockpit of the plane. Of course, the rocket does go on autopilot after liftoff. Tina, this is your home.
Indeed. This was my home the past month.
You've been there this morning?
Yeah. So this is where we actually get the launch pad and the launcher ready for liftoff. There are 2 teams working here in very close interaction. This is the team doing the actual operations. So these guys are having their hands on the rocket and on the pad, opening the valves, sending in the fuel, switching systems on and off. And next to this room, there's the room for the design authorities, as we call them. So the people who designed the system. Here we have them. This is where I would be sitting. So they see each other and they're separated only by a glass wall. During operations, the designers monitor what is happening in the systems in real time, checking temperatures, pressures, currents, and they see immediately when something looks a little bit unusual or when things go slightly off track. And then they meet and troubleshoot in real time. So this is here what we call on site the base avant. And they are supported by engineers who actually have the exact same information that we have here in French Guiana, back in Paris, close to Paris. Here they are in Space Code. So all of them belong to the design team in Ariane Group, and they are actually the support office base arrière. It means we can engage more brains to solve trouble if we have some.
The more brains, the better. I wonder how it feels to sit in there, Tina.
It's an absolute dream job.
Right, we have the last weather check coming up. There's our rocket, Ariane 6, standing tall on the pad. We are actually on the Amazonian coast of French Guiana in South America. It's hot, it's humid, it's been raining all morning.
Indeed.
The operational teams, they can control a lot of things, can't they, Tina? But not the weather. We're in the lap of the gods.
That is true. We can't control the weather, but we can monitor it, and that's actually very important. Weather conditions must be right for the launch to go ahead, so we always have our eyes on the weather.
And is rain a problem?
Wow, it is a problem only for the photographers, not for the rocket. It's not made of sugar.
Well, that's a good job. As I said, it's been raining this morning, otherwise it would have melted. But
Exactly. But there are actually a lot of other things that we need to monitor, as safety is paramount here at the base. So several weather checks during the day are made. The first one is made before actually removing the mobile gantry, so that was fine. We rolled back, and early in the chronology we actually look at the wind on the pad as long as we haven't fueled up. And we're also looking at wind at altitude. So between 10 and 20 kilometers, we look at the wind speed and the directions. We have to guarantee the best conditions for the mission and for safety reasons. And we also look for lightning risk.
yes, that's important too. And how do we find out about the weather?
So here we see the weather station here in Kourou. And they are launching weather balloons carrying instruments that send back information on atmospheric temperature, pressure, and humidity. And at the same time, we also have sensors around the launch base and at the coast for wind and for lightning. And here we have a look at the launch pad. We can see that we have 4 huge lightning masts, so we are protected on the pad in the case of lightning. But of course, once we lift off, we have to be sure that there's no lightning risk once we head out.
Tina, you've been working here on site for, some weeks, I believe, and some of your colleagues have been here on the base for months getting ready for today. So I'm guessing that you'll get to know each other pretty well. We call this process of preparing the rocket and the spacecraft the launch campaign, and there are a number of different things that happen during that time. So, Tina, just run us through some of the main events of the launch campaign.
So we have a brand new cargo ship, which is called the Canopy. It's a hybrid wind-powered sailing boat, and this
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. You're looking at a live view on the left side of your screen of the launch site, where teams are counting down now just 7.5 minutes until the historic first flight of Ariane 6. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button and share out the stream. Invite people to join us as we count down these final minutes of the count. Ariane 6 is fully fueled up, ready to go for today's flight. They're continuing to monitor those weather conditions down on the site. That's the biggest thing launching in the summer down in the French Guiana, and really all year round, is watching for that lightning risk, and that is the main thing they're watching. But at the last check-in they had a few minutes ago, everything on the status board was green across the board. Coming down now, L- 7 minutes and counting till the launch of Ariane 6 from ELA-4, a brand new launch site at the Guiana Space Center in the French Guiana, a French territory in South America. If you guys have questions, keep sending them in the chat. We'll work on answering those live during the coast phase a little bit later on in the broadcast. His mission expected to last just over 3 hours from launch through basically re-entry, as there are 2 re-entry capsules on board, and the second stage will conduct a burn, putting it on a disposal orbit around the Earth so it does not leave any debris in orbit. Now under 6.5 minutes and counting till launch. If you haven't yet, take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. We would love to hear and see where you're from. I will give some shout-outs there as we come through the last 6 minutes, 10 seconds of the launch countdown. Now, once we get into those final minutes of the countdown, I will be quiet and we'll listen in exclusively to launch control. L-6 minutes and counting. Teams continuing to monitor those weather conditions. We got John in Chicago. Spacewalker is in Texas. We got Lee in New Haven, Connecticut. Ollie's in Liverpool, UK. We got Devil in Czech Republic. Tanishaqua in India. We got Kamaga in Georgia. Sorry if I'm saying those wrong. Joseph's in Zambia. Drew is watching in the middle of Mall of America. Great to have you here. We got Dominic in England. And Drew in Minneapolis. Daniel is in Portland, Oregon. We got Philip in Wisconsin. Ashley's in New Mexico. And Antique is in Ohio. Take a moment. Make sure you've engaged that like button. We are coming down to those final 5 minutes, 15 seconds of the launch countdown. And as always, we're going to do it a little bit earlier than normal. We want to see that go, no go from you guys in the chat. If you're not a TLP member yet, consider hitting that join button. 99 cents a month gets you access to those custom TLP launch modes. That's enough for me. Let's listen in to Launch Control.
Top à 0 moins 5 minutes.
So, our Range Operations Manager, Raymond Boyce, has announced the final 5 minutes of the countdown, a very, very important time. We call it the automatic sequence, or the synchronized sequence, because Ariane 6 is now becoming progressively autonomous, and there are lots of really, really important operations during this time.
Look
And
at
who
the
are we
people
seeing
there.
here?
This is Limero, I think, cheering. Yeah, those operations are actually timed at the millisecond intervals. It's a very impressive list of system checks going on. It's a very exciting moment. So now the controls are actually gradually being handed over from ground to the computers on the launcher. Nobody's moving anymore in the control room because we cannot miss a single operation in this sequence. We stop the topping up. We do a final loading in the tanks. Pressurization to flight pressure, we load in the software, we command arming of the safety barriers, and we do the handover. And if anything has to stop, if everything goes wrong in these 5 minutes, we reset the clock back to the 5 minutes.
And here we can see the teams at Ariane Group cheering on Ariane 6.
Everyone's there. And here the teams in Bremen, Moin Bremen. Everyone is here. Awesome. Yeah.
So we are getting close now, concentration levels very high. A number of things to watch out for as we get closer now to launch, and a few things at launch, and a few changes for people who are familiar with Ariane 5. If you look at the top of the launcher, you can't see them very easily from here, but there's two yellow things clamping on at the top 3/4 of the way up. We call those the cryogenic arms. What's their job, Tina? There's a better shot of them.
Yeah. So we are fueling the rocket with liquid oxygen and hydrogen that we send through these arms, and the propellants actually have to be kept at very low temperatures. Liquid hydrogen at minus 253 degrees, and liquid oxygen at minus 180. And we still lose some of these propellants through evaporation. Right now we cannot really see it because we are in daylight, otherwise you would see smoke coming out. So we need to top up the tanks until the last seconds, and we do the exact same thing that we do here on the upper stage, as you can see, also on the lower stage. Here we have the pictures of the lower stage, actually, the fueling system on the lower stage. And so these massive fueling and pressurization systems, they will be disconnected and retracted at liftoff. It's a command that is sent just 300 milliseconds before we send the command to ignite the boosters. And another thing to look out for now, just before liftoff, is at 7 seconds before liftoff, the Vulcan engine will be ignited, and that allows us actually to check it is running smoothly before we ignite the boosters. And once the boosters are switched on, of course, we lift off. There's no holding us back. And another thing that you might see are the plume effects of these boosters. So the extreme heat of the booster waves onto the launch pad need to be managed. And here we have a look at Vulcan, so we will see it firing up in a minute.
This is the main Vulcan engine on the main stage.
Indeed, indeed. And we see here that we are getting a bit lonely in Jupiter too. Everyone is
yes, all the teams
outside to the terrace.
Everyone going out onto the balcony to watch the launch in real life. We're getting close now, coming up to the 1 minute mark. The Range Operations Manager getting ready to call that out.
À tous de DDO, attention pour moins d'1 minute. Top à 0 moins d'1 minute.
We are 1 minute to launch. Our best wishes to all the Ariane 6 teams and everyone who's been working so hard for today. Good luck, everyone.
And on behalf of the entire TLP crew, T-minus 45 minutes and counting, congratulations to everyone who has worked on today. Go Ariane 6.
À tous de DDO, attention pour le décompte final. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top. Allumage 2 ESR, décollage.
Ariane 6 has launched on its maiden flight from the French Guiana.
Propulsion nominale. Trajectoire nominale.
Europe's new rocket,
Pilotage calme, trajectoire nominale.
Ariane 6, has left the pad and is blazing a trail across the equatorial skies. The range operations manager is telling us that everything is going according to plan. Tina.
And I didn't know my heart can pump so fast. Oh my God.
Trajectoire
We start
nominale,
hearing-
pilotage
hearing the
calme.
rumbling now. And Jupiter too. We hear her.
It's quite a sight.
Oh, she's coming, she's coming. Oh my gosh. This is happening.
It's the most incredible feeling. We're on the edge of tears here in the commentary box because this is a big day and a big moment.
Trajectoire nominale.
Actually, the building's rumbling around us now. And look, these are the live images from the cameras on board.
We're looking at the booster. We're looking down.
We're looking downwards.
One of the two boosters, we can see the flames coming out of that booster because, of course, the
Positionne la
boosters
télémesure par la station de Saint-Jean, propulsion nominale.
are doing all the
nominal.
work. He's telling us that everything is going according to plan and everything is nominal.
And look at the visibility. We might even be
C'est
able
nominal,
to see the
trajectoire
separation.
nominale.
We have clear skies tonight, this afternoon. We had rain all day, but the clouds parted. The two dots there, the boosters.
There we see them falling off.
Séparation des ESR.
Confirmed. We have booster separation. So, wow, that's the first clapping here that we see. What a beautiful liftoff.
And our cameras
We
on
see
board.
Propulsion nominale,
perspective.
trajectoire nominale.
These pictures are coming in with a 20 seconds delay, which is why we have them now. Look at this, how they fall off. Wow. Amazing, amazing. So these boosters, they have transported us 60 kilometers high.
And we can see that dot is
Trajectoire
the
nominale.
telling us that the trajectory is normal, everything going according to plan. That's the engine on the main stage that you can see there. And we've got a camera inside now. What are we looking at here, Tina? Oh,
Yeah,
looking
so
back down at the
this-
Earth.
This was actually a camera inside the interstage, so we will be able to see when the lower stage separates. That's coming up. But now we have actually lost half our mass already, because the boosters have burned almost 300 tons of fuel in 2 minutes
Pilotage
time.
calme, trajectoire nominale.
Everything nominal,
And
as
we're
the range
getting-
operations manager says.
Yes, and we're getting close now to the next thing, which will be the jettisoning of the fairing being the nose cone of the launch vehicle, which is where the passengers are sitting. Oh,
Séparation de la coiffe.
You even see the, wow, that's amazing.
we had confirmation there that the fairing has been jettisoned.
Yes, so the fairing that was protecting our spacecraft withstands all the pressure and the heat, and once we stuck out the nose out of the atmosphere, we didn't need her anymore, and it has been jettisoned.
So what we're looking at now is the main stage, which is what we're burning, and on the right hand of the screen.
Us, and this is the live camera from orbit, and we see the fairing falling off there.
And
amazing pictures.
You see how it twists? I believe, Tina, that I'm right in saying that's
Trajectoire
with
nominale,
wind.
propulsion nominale.
Exactly. And we also see on the screen on the right side actually the telemetry. So on the top you see the trajectory. So in green the planned trajectory, and in yellow the actual flight trajectory, everything going nominal. So you have altitude over time. And in the middle you see our ground track. You see exactly where we are over the Earth. And on the right side you see our altitude. We're already in 140 kilometers.
Trajectoire nominale, il reste moins de 3 minutes de propulsion du Vulcain.
2.4 kilometers per second, and the main stage is operating.
It is, and you can see it here. It's a great big tank of fuel.
Indeed. So it is a 32-meter high cylinder, weighs 23 tons when it's empty, and it can carry 154 tons of cryogenic propellant, supporting the upper stage and the boosters. For our technical audience, we don't have any common bulkhead anymore, so we have now two separate tanks. And this makes the handling of the pressures a bit easier than on Ariane 5.
And it's burning a very powerful
Propulsion
engine.
nominale, trajectoire conforme à l'attendu.
He's telling us that the
Everything nominal.
trajectory is normal.
Exactly. Yeah, Vulcan engine is now simplified, mainly for cost reduction reasons with regard to Ariane 5. The nozzle manufacturing is completely different, and the gas generator is made of additive manufacturing.
Il reste moins de 2 minutes de propulsion du Vulcain.
Challenge.
Telling us that there's 2 minutes left of propulsion on the Vulcan engine.
So the Vulcan engine has a new challenge because the booster plumes impact at liftoff. They're actually so high that the thermal protection around the nozzle actually had to be beefed up a bit, and we have tiles now around the nozzle, and the nozzle itself also has a new manufacturing method. So it's a more simple and cost-effective design right now.
We're getting closer now to the next phase, which is switching off the engine and jettisoning the main stage, because of course we want to lose each section of the rocket as we climb higher. The lighter we are, the faster we go. So we're separating the next stage, but that's actually quite a complex process, isn't it?
Indeed, because you have to detect first that the rocket is actually ready for separation. This is done by the guidance algorithm. And afterwards, the Vulcan engine is cut off, and 6 seconds later only we will see separation of the stage, initiated by pyro commands. And we do that by actually extending a set of springs. And the push that the lower stage does to get rid of the upper stage, or the other way around, to push itself away from the upper stage, has the same push, or the same thrust, as we call it, as the Vinci engine, but it only does that during 0.2 seconds.
Getting close now to what we call MECO, main engine cutoff. That's coming up in a few seconds.
Fin de mission sauvegarde.
Telling us that the safety mission here at the Space Center is now finished. We should be seeing something happening
Extinction
on
du
screen.
moteur Vulcain.
We have confirmation that Vulcan has switched off.
Séparation LLPM.
And the lower stage has separated, so he gets these informations before we can see them on the screen.
So,
Allumage du moteur Vinci.
And Vinci has ignited. Wow, that's a very, very, very important moment of this mission. Congrats to Bremen and to Vernon.
and we have applause
Everyone's
here.
clapping here in Jupiter.
Yep, happy faces. The upper
And here you
stage.
see the lower stage
Propulsion
falling off.
nominale.
They are onward cameras. Wow. Will we see the Vinci engine also firing up? I don't know if that can be seen on the camera.
Wow, this is really
We
something.
can see it. Look, look, look. You see the color changing on the Vinci engine?
Yep.
As it's heating up? Beautiful. And you can see that we're actually up there right now.
So you can see that we lifted off from the pad here at the Guiana Space Center, heading northeast, our altitude
La propulsion est
373,
nominale.
traveling at nearly 4 kilometers a second, propulsion normal. And look at that, Tina, the curvature of the Earth with the Vinci engine burning away.
Allumage APU.
And here we hear calling out that the APU, a new feature actually on the Vinci, on the upper stage of Ariane 6, has also switched on. So there's a lot of good news coming in here, because the big innovation actually of Ariane 6 is, of course, the reignitable Vinci engine. It can switch on and switch off, and it does that by the help of the APU.
Pilotage
And we will
calme,
talk more about the
propulsion
APU later.
nominale.
So both are running as planned. We are now in our first Vinci burn phase, and we will reignite the Vinci engine twice in this mission. A big shout out here for the Franco-German cooperation. The upper stage is designed and built by Ariane Group in Bremen in Germany, and the engine was designed in Vernois in France, and the whole stage has been put under test in Lampertshausen on a brand new test bench designed by the German Space Agency, the DLR. And that's
Propulsion nominale, trajectoire
an
nominale.
immense effort, immense team effort to get this tests done.
So they're all going to be very happy. The first Ariane 6 is off the ground. Let's take a little look now at what's coming up for Europe's launchers in the future.
And if you're just joining us, don't go anywhere. We are continuing to follow along with the mission of Ariane 6 on its maiden flight. This mission is expected to last about 3 hours, with the teams deploying a number of payloads. We're going to transition to the clean feed to keep these incredible views up. That is a live look from the second stage of Ariane 6, currently at 454 kilometers in altitude, traveling over 4.1 kilometers a second, already having traveled over 1,500 kilometers downrange, and we are just 11 minutes into flight. While we go through this coast phase ahead of deployment, we're going to be answering your guys' comments and questions. You can send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those live. Make sure you do that tag, though, at the launch pad. It really does help. And we'll be listening in to Mission Control for commentary updates through this period of time as well. You can see there on the center right screen, Ariane 6 launched on a northeasterly trajectory. So we will see how strong these signals are to keep the downlink coming in. They do, in the past, with Ariane 5, deploy boats out into the range of the flight to hopefully keep a stronger downlink. So we'll be keeping an eye on these incredible views. That camera now having turned away from the Earth, now looking out to the deep darkness of space. But a truly incredible liftoff, a beautiful flight, fairing separation, everything looking like it is going incredibly well. And we are expecting that burn to end here. And in the top right corner of your screen, you can see the chart. And that's the thrust. And you'll see that the altitude is actually going to start to go down here. And that is very normal with these Ariane and Vega vehicles. We see that they'll actually lower their altitude, pick up their altitude, almost like they're swimming through space while they conduct these burns, getting to the orbits that they need to deploy these payloads. They said, think of Ariane 6 like a bus. It's going to multiple stops before it comes back to the garage. We are expecting that we will get to see some of the payload deployments, so make sure you stay tuned with us for that. We will be staying live as long as we have these clean feeds coming in from the European Space Agency. A huge thank you to the European Space Agency, the Ariane Group, CNES, and all of the partner nations of the Ariane 6 program for allowing media coverage of this event. Truly an incredible historic day. Congratulations, and we're continuing to follow along with these incredible live views as we continue to journey towards the payload deployment. I'm going to bring it up. It's on their secondary feed that has the video playing, but that's the tracker that we have currently right now. That is the timeline of events that is happening while they continue to journey around, and we'll be keeping a close eye on that as they get closer and closer to deployment over the course of the time here today. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. You can see those milestone events coming up all the way to the end of the mission, which is at that 3-hour mark. Lots of people in the chat. Aiden asking, will you get to see satellite splashdown? I don't know if we'll get to see splashdown directly, but we will hopefully get to see more of that. Let's listen back into ESA Mission Control.
of Portugal. So let's shout at Boa noite, Portugal. Thank you for helping us tracking our launcher tonight.
13,000
Pilotage
people
calme,
across
trajectoire
Europe
nominale.
have been
Fin de
involved in
visibilité
creating
par la
Ariane
station de
6,
Saint-Jean-du-Maroni.
and they are proud members of Space Team Europe.
And they're going to play another video here with some beautiful copywritten music. So we're going to keep a close eye on the clean feed, where we can track that second stage on its journey towards its destination here and those upcoming milestones. You can see the engine still continuing to burn, which is a great sign that everything continuing nominally here this afternoon. You can keep sending in those comments and questions in the chat. We will work on getting our recap videos up as well. So if you want to rewatch just the launch or the full flight, those will be up following the mission as well. If you're interested in becoming part of the TLP crew, we'll drop the application link in the chat there. We'd love to invite some of you on to the TLP crew. So if you believe that space is better together and have a passion of informing and inspiring that next generation of explorers, definitely take a moment and fill one of those out. 15 minutes, 30 seconds into the mission. We've got 2 hours, 45 minutes to go. Spaceflight X, do you play Kerbal Space Program? I have. Too many launches nowadays to do that. We're going to keep a close eye here on the feed and listen in to Mission Control once they begin updates here again, so stand by.
You're going, Tina, and your colleagues, right?
Indeed, that really warms my heart, and it's such a pleasure to see these people here. They are, of course, my colleagues, but they have also become friends now, and it really feels like we have become a big family, you know, between ESA, Ariane Group, and all the partners, and we have all given so much of our energy, long working hours. We know each other really well right now, and this human adventure that we all share is, I think, what you really feel when you watch this movie, and really. A big cheers to all of them and to all of our families, actually, who supported this incredible time. Because to all this team and to our families, this is where I really want to dedicate.
Il reste moins d'une minute du moteur de l'étage supérieur, Vinci.
So we have 1 more minute before we actually supposed to have cut off of Vinci. And let me use this. They were talking about the adrenaline in the movie, but also what helps our adrenaline and what keeps us up is coffee. So Katie, I have a fun question for you.
Oh dear.
How much coffee do you think was ordered and drunk in the Launch Control Center in the past 2 years, where we did early testing and testing of the rocket?
I can only imagine you're going to tell me it's an awful lot.
We have actually done the calculations based on our statistics of orders, and it was 600 kilos in just over 2 years.
Oh my goodness, Tina. You lot drink a lot of coffee.
That's what it takes to move a rocket up.
Human rocket
Extinction
fuel.
du Vinci.
We
And
just had the confirmation that Vinci actually cut off. Another big round of clapping here in Jupiter. Congratulations.
fantastic news.
And we are where we should be at a speed of 7.56 kilometers per second, as you can see here. Everything nominal. 350 kilometers, sorry, of altitude.
and travelling at nearly 8 kilometres per second, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, per second. And so that's the first major
L'orbite
accomplishment.
atteinte à l'extinction du Vinci est nominale.
Everything nominal.
Everything nominal. So that's happy faces all round.
Yes, and this is actually where Ariane 5 would stop its mission. We could be now on a transfer orbit to geostationary orbit, but with Ariane 6 we actually plan to take the mission further and reignite the Vinci engine, and this will allow us to travel to a second orbit.
So we're going to be taking a break in a minute because we are scheduled to release our next set of spacecraft about 45 minutes from now, but we've accomplished this first hugely important phase. And look at that, Tina. That's the perspective from the rocket as she flies high in the sky.
We have a beautiful planet that we're looking.
We're very, very lucky, yes. So we're going to leave telemetry. We're going to leave the live cams up on the screen for you. We will lose the signal briefly between 24 and 39 minutes. That's perfectly normal. But let's take a look now at the Lego movie for some ideas of a new set that could be made.
And if you're just joining us, we are looking at live views. Well, we were looking at live views. I really want to see this Lego set, but this view from Earth is just so beautiful, and we're going to lose it in a couple of minutes, so I want to keep this on screen as long as we can. That is an incredible live view from on board the second stage of Ariane 6. We're expecting to have lost the signal here in about 3 minutes' time for about 10-12 minutes. The first set of payload deployments is going to occur in about 45 minutes or so from now, and we'll be staying live through all of that. We'll put up a little notice on the screen here so you have an idea on when that is set to occur. And we'll be following along with mission updates as we get them. We'll also be answering your guys' comments and questions in the chat while we continue through the countdown, following along on this journey of the first ever deployments from an Ariane 6 launch vehicle.
No.
Welcome back to our live broadcast. Fantastic shots there of Europe's new rocket, Ariane 6, lifting off from her newly built pad here at the European Spaceport. That was 52 minutes ago. I'm Katie Haswell, and I'm in mission control with Tina Buchner da Costa, who is a rocket systems expert from the European Space Agency. Tina, it's so great to have you with us. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here.
It was an absolutely incredible launch. Ariane 6 performed like clockwork, and even the clouds parted and gave us clear skies for a beautiful view.
Indeed, it was really a magical moment, and this liftoff just had sent us mind-blowing pictures, so I lost everything I wanted to say and just enjoyed the show. I hope you did as well. We could see the separation of the two boosters. We are flying an A62 today, so with two boosters, we could upgrade to an A64 version with Ariane 6. That we actually separated 2 minutes into the flight. Then we saw the fairing opening, revealing our numerous passengers to the environment of space. And a bit less than 8 minutes into the flight, we had separation of the main stage and the first ignition of the novel Vinci engine on the upper stage. The Vinci engine then burned for about 10 minutes, and since then we've been in coasting phase, which will last about 38 minutes. And right now everything is nominal, as we heard also during the break. And soon coming up is the second boost, so the first re-ignition for the Vinci engine. And we were tracked by Lucknow in India, hello India, during the break, and are now getting close to the north coast of Australia, actually.
Indeed, and if anyone who's not familiar with the information on the top of the screen, we've got on the left-hand side the trajectory, that's the planned trajectory, and the white cross is the actual position of the launch vehicle. And then on the right-hand side, you can see our altitude, 550 kilometers above our planet, heading to low Earth orbit. We've travelled nearly 19,000 kilometers if you were to draw a straight line across the Earth from the pad, and vitesse is our speed, nearly 8 kilometers per second. So we've been coasting without the engine for about half an hour now, but that doesn't actually mean that nothing's happening on board, is it? Because we have a new addition, and you did mention it earlier for Ariane 6, right?
Yes, so you're right. At the moment, the Vinci engine is off. But when we are in coasting phase, the auxiliary propulsion unit, the APU, is actually running, and we heard the DDO saying that it's running nominally, which is very good news. And this piece of equipment is what makes Ariane 6 so versatile, as it is the key to the reignition capability of the Vinci engine, actually. What it does, it uses fuel of the two main tanks and can create a small thrust, a constant thrust, as it has two little thrusters mounted on the rear side of the upper stage. So what does it actually do? We need to manage three things to prepare the reignition. One of the things is the tank pressures. Second thing is the tank temperatures. And we also need to look for the position and the quality of the fuel. And so to illustrate this last point, position of the fuel. The fuels on board, they actually, once we are in orbit, behave exactly like astronauts. They would be floating in space, so they would be floating all around. And this is not exactly what we want them to do, so we need them to stay close to the tank bottom to be able to guide them then towards the engine for reignition. It's a little bit like if you were preventing your champagne glass from spilling while you're running. So this is a bit the job that it actually
Very, very important thing to be able to do.
Don't lose your champagne. So the APU actually creates a little bit of artificial gravity. And the second point I mentioned was about temperature. We need to avoid the propellant evaporating, because that would mean a loss in performance. So while the sun is shining on the rocket, it heats up the tanks, and if the propellant then touch the tank walls,
Acquisition d'un télémesure par la station de Nunorcia.
So we have acquisition of New Norther in Australia. Hello, Australia. The second job of the APU is actually the tank pressure management.
And this is the scheduled moment here for the switching on of the Vinci engine.
Deuxième allumage Vinci.
Wow. We have confirmation that Vinci has switched back on. That means the APU has also done its second job in repressurizing actually the tanks, which was what I was about to explain. Amazing, amazing. So we could save a lot of helium actually on our upper stage.
Propulsion nominale.
Propulsion's nominal.
Yeah, we could save a lot of helium
Extinction du moteur Vinci.
because this is actually done by the APU. Amazing. So that means that we are now in a circular orbit around the Earth at 577 kilometers altitude.
So this is a very big moment and a very important moment. The Vinci engine has switched back on again and off again. And here are the teams, the quick look telemetry guys and girls who we saw earlier on the hill outside the...
L'orbite atteinte à la fin du deuxième boost Vinci est correcte.
Yes, everything is correct as expected after the second Vinci boost.
Outside the Space Center, and they're getting the information in, and they're hearing all those confirmations there. So, gosh, this is a very, very exciting launch, isn't it, Tina? One of the features of Ariane 6 is the flexibility.
Propulsion APU nominal.
Everything nominal.
Everything nominal.
It's mind-blowing that we got here without any hiccups. This is a great achievement, I can say.
It is indeed, and I was just saying one of the features of Ariane 6 is really having the flexibility, if you like, to deliver any type of satellite to any type of orbit with this engine that can switch on and off. What kind of missions will Ariane 6 be able to deliver?
So Ariane 6 actually will come in two versions. I mentioned it several times. A62, the medium-sized launcher that we're flying today, and Ariane 64, which is more the heavy launcher version of Ariane 6 with 4 boosters. And it is actually designed to adapt to all kinds of mission and all kinds of customer requests. So the flexibility is key here. We have 2 different versions coming also for the fairing, and we will be able to launch all kinds of telecommunication satellites, navigation satellites, Earth observation satellites, scientific satellites, you name it. We can launch constellations in all kinds of sizes and different setups.
Some very exciting missions there, and constellations, of course, are clusters of very small satellites close to Earth, often delivering high-speed broadband. So today we have 17 spacecraft on board. So we have a number of different passengers. Some of them are going to stay on board, and some of them are going to be released in space. The ones staying on board, of course, will be doing experiments. The first batch is going to get off the bus in about 6 minutes. They are CubeSats, which means they're very small cubes, some of them even as big as a Rubik's Cube. So what's actually going to happen?
Well, 17 passengers, let the picture talk, because otherwise it gets too complicated. What we see here is in green we have the CubeSats. So they are positioned in 90-degree angles in what we call deployers, and they will be released by the deployers very shortly. In yellow you see the experiments that we have on board, and you mentioned correctly they will stay on board and re-enter together with the Ariane 6 upper stage at the end of the mission, doing their science experiments while we are out there. And in blue we actually have 2 re-entry capsules that we're going to release in about 1.5 hours time, because they will actually travel down to Earth on their own, testing re-entry technology. And the CubeSats that we're about to release, they will go out in 3 orders. So we'll send out 3 pyrotechnical orders, and the boxes will open up their doors and release them in our separation altitude that we have right now, which is 580 kilometers, exactly as planned.
So our passengers are going to be testing a range of technologies to see how they work in space. You can see there we're being tracked by the new Norcia tracking station on the right-hand side there. Let's find out a little bit about them now, a bit more about them.
And it's totally fascinating how young our scientists here are. And imagine what an opportunity to be on this first flight of Ariane 6. Imagine being 15 and being part of all this adventure. It's incredible.
It's wonderful. And a big shout out to you guys as you're watching now, getting ready to see your babies being released into space. Getting close now to the upstages getting ready to deliver our first batch of little spacecraft in just over a minute, our 8 CubeSats.
Exactly. And they, as we said, they sit in the little containers, the deployers, and the doors are still closed. And once they will open, some springs will extend and actually push out our CubeSats into space. So we are crossing fingers for everyone who has a CubeSat, and we'll see space very soon. The upper stage, and we heard that confirmed by the range operations manager, has done the orientation maneuvers that were necessary to be now in the right direction and pointing to where our CubeSats actually need to go. And the APU is switched off in order to avoid that we actually collide with the CubeSats. Very important.
Extinction APU.
Now we have the confirmation. It is actually turned off, the APU. So now our CubeSats are ready to be released.
They're going to be released in 3 waves.
Yeah, first we will see OOV Cube, bye-bye, Curium 1, bye-bye, Robusto 3A, and we have initialization of
Début de
YPSat.
la séquence de séparation des CubeSats.
And Peregrinos, second separation was CubeCat 4 IST-SAT, GRB Beta, initialization of SITLOC and Perisat, and the third one was separation of Curie and Replicator. And since everything happened in 9 seconds, we have the onboard camera here, with a certain delay. So here they go, 1. We obviously can't see all the separations because we have only one camera looking up there.
Big cheers and lots of clapping. Very, very happy faces here in the Jupiter control room.
Début de séparation des CubeSats.
And we have confirmation that all of them were actually separated.
It's very
Launch success.
exciting.
Wow, look at this.
I have to tell you that the atmosphere here in the Jupiter Mission Control Center is absolutely electric. People
Actually,
are,
no one is in their seats anymore. They're all standing up there.
yeah, clapping, some whooping, absolutely over the moon.
This is remarkable achievement for all the teams. Hats off to all involved getting this far on the first flight. Congratulations to Ariane Group, CNES, ESA teams, and all the partners involved in all the 13 countries in Europe. This is really something to be proud of. Give your families a huge hug for supporting the tensions and the years of hard work.
Absolutely. Indeed, years of hard work, problems solved, sleepless nights endured, kilos of coffee drunk.
Exactly. A lot of time also without the people who were actually here on site in Kourou preparing this launch, being away from their families. So thanks to everyone out there supporting this.
Absolutely. So we still have 2 more passengers on board, and we are going to be releasing them. They are our 2 re-entry capsules. Tina, do you want to tell us a bit more about those?
Yes, so these capsules, they will actually test the technology for returning to Earth through our planet's atmosphere. And it will take now over an hour and a half to get actually to this next bus stop where we want to release them. And they will be seeing the heat of re-entry once they are released from the upper stage. And we will reignite the Vinci engine once more because we will deorbit and leave no space debris out there. So for sustainability reasons, Ariane 6 is actually designed to clear up the orbit and re-enter after the end of the mission. I see them all in position here. They're standing next to each other, so we can expect to switch over to them very shortly.
Yeah, they've got thumbs ups. Thumbs up. Lots of clapping.
There we see them. From the left to the right, as they were just called out on the left side, Joseph Aschbacher.
We are looking at some very happy faces here.
Indeed, very happy faces.
Let's cut our mics now and listen to them.
We are ready. We're ready.
So very warm welcome to all of you who are listening here in different establishments, also of course here in Kourou. It is electric here, there's such a good mood, there's such a fantastic feeling here. But let me really just express a few emotions from my side. A big thank you to all of those people who have worked on this launcher. We are making history now. We're making history. We are succeeding. We still have a bit of work to do, just to be very precise, but we have made very important steps. We had the third separation command of the payload. We had the APU, we had the APU firing and cut off. We had the upper stage firing cut off, the Vinci engine. Everything is nominal. Everything is going so well, and this is such a beautiful moment. So thank you, industry. Thank you, task force members. Ariane Group, Ariane Space, CNES, we have been working together with my team of ESA. Everyone has been really giving its best to make this a success. It's a historic day for ESA. It's a historic day for space in Europe. It's a historic day for Europe because this fires up, powers up Europe, because we need the data from the satellites that our Ariane rocket will launch in the future. So big thank you, big day to celebrate from our side.
So Joseph has said it all, so I'm not sure I have much more to say, but Europe is back. Europe is back in space, so this is perhaps a very important moment. Thank you very much. Thank you, of course, also to French Guiana, to CSJ team, who has been working very, very well and was very challenged over the last few years. So it's a great moment, and Europe is back in space. So thanks a lot.
So good afternoon, good evening in Europe. Today, Ariane is back. And today, with this new launcher, Europe is restoring its autonomous access to space, and we all know how important this is for all of us. But what I would like to share as a feeling is first my sense of relief. It's quite visible after such a success, but also a sense of pride for all the teams who have been working for this program. The thousands of rocket makers from Ariane Group, from all the European industrial partners, from 13 countries who have been working tirelessly on this program to overcome the challenges. It has been a difficult program, and their work enables us today to see such a brilliant success. So I'd like to congratulate all of you, to thank all of you, and really I'm proud of your talent and your dedication. Second topic, because we've got customer here, is that now we have to ramp up production to serve our customers. It is already ongoing, and it starts by a next launch before a year end, and this will be another interesting episode in the saga. And the last topic I'd like to mention is that the mission is not yet completed. The upper stage is still in orbit, maneuvering, and we are expecting a lot of precious information to prepare for the future. So, go Ariane 6, go!
So I want first to thank all the member states who have participated in the funding of the program. We have here former Minister Geneviève Furazo, we have Anna Chrisman, space coordinator in Germany, and it would not have been possible without their continuous support. So thanks to all of the member states of ESA who made this success possible. The second thing I want to say is to, as said by Martin, to congratulate all teams. This decision has been made since a decade, and all teams who have worked for this success in the agencies, in industry, is an outstanding Team Europe, and today it is their success, and they must be very proud of what they have achieved. And last but not least, it's our customers.
Allumage APU.
During these years, the customers stand on our side. We have a backlog of 29 launches to deliver for both institutional and commercial customers. It would not have been possible without their trust and without their loyalty to Arianespace. So my thought now is going to our customers who have been on our side, and now we must deliver. And I am very proud to announce that what has been achieved since 1 hour and 6 minutes and what is currently being achieved allows us to make a mission for the French MOD by the end of the year, and it would be the second mission of Ariane 6 and the first operational mission. Thank you very much.
So, Europe is back, powered by its new rocket, Ariane 6. Congratulations to all the teams.
You can really see the relief here and the recognition for the teams. And I'm very happy that the big bosses shared this actually, because the team effort that has gone into this was simply amazing, and I think they they expressed it very well. Now you see more and more happy faces, and they're turning in all directions to congratulate each other. What we heard also calling out, the range operations manager said that the APU actually already switched on again. This is, let me call it, another major achievement, and there are many more to come in the ongoing coasting phase. So I don't find words to count the major milestones anymore that we could have achieved here today. It's mind-blowing.
It's fantastic. So we are going to take now a break because our next passengers are going to be released in about an hour and 25 minutes before we get to the next bus stop to release them into space. So we're going to take a little break now for about an hour and 20 minutes. And during that time, our rocket's going to do nearly a lap of the Earth.
Yeah, and while it's doing this lap of the Earth, it's actually doing a lot in the so-called demonstration phase. So this is a very important phase that we won't comment on right now, but this is a very important phase for the qualification of Ariane 6. And in
quick word on what's going to happen in the last section.
Indeed. So don't miss this last part of the mission, because and splash into the Pacific Ocean of both Ariane 6 and the two capsules will be an important moment.
And we are going to have a replay of that fantastic launch. Join us after that in an hour and 20 minutes to find out about the mysteries of Space Case
and Bikini.
Bikini.
And good afternoon, everyone. If you are just joining us, you are looking at a simulated view of Ariane 6 on its maiden journey. We've been following along on its mission. 2 hours, 20 minutes ago, it launched from the French Guiana. And if you've been keeping a close eye on your screen, that top right corner is becoming increasingly more interesting. We are coming up on when this burn was set to occur, and you can see the green line and the yellow line. The yellow is actual flight data, the green was the planned flight data, and you can see there a deviation in the planned trajectory, so it is at a lower altitude than planned. Now, that doesn't mean that they cannot achieve all of their objectives for this mission, because really at this point we were going to deploy a couple re-entry capsules and then dispose of the second stage here, but it is showing that there is likely some sort of issue that has occurred. We do not know what this is, and there's been no update from Ariane Space at this time. They are expected to begin their live commentary in about 10 minutes, and we'll of course be listening in there. But very interesting to see that there is a slight deviation there to the planned trajectory. We're going to be keeping an eye on the altitude there, and the altitude, that's the main thing, as well as the distance. It has currently traveled over 13,700 kilometers from the launch site. It's currently at an altitude of 590 kilometers, traveling 7.34 kilometers a second. But that deviation of the altitude looks to be a good 150 kilometers in altitude difference. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on that over the next few minutes as we wait for an update from either Ariane Space or the European Space Agency on what has possibly occurred during this flight. An incredible launch. The payloads that were supposed to deploy, other than the re-entry capsules, have been deployed incredibly well. A very historic day for the European Space Agency and Ariane Group, but we'll be keeping a close eye on the altitude here while we await for a commentary update from the European Space Agency. The moment we have that, we will of course patch them in, but keep an eye on that, see if that altitude changes, and we'll see how this goes. One of the questions we do have is this animation based on real data, or is this animation built on the simulation that they're just playing for it? We know this location is by the downlink for this map that's currently on your screen, because it tells us where they are getting their data downloaded downloaded from. But we do not know if this 3D representation of the second stage with that payload bus is orientated on the screen based on live data. And you're seeing that altitude slowly decreasing here. And it looks like it to have done so for the last fair little bit of time. It just took a while for us to actually be able to see that deviation. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. We are expecting commentary to begin in about 7 minutes time, so stand by as we await an update from the European Space Agency.
Hello again and welcome back. We are 2.5 hours into the inaugural flight of Europe's new rocket, Ariane 6, from the European spaceport in French Guiana. I'm Katie Haswell and I'm in mission control with Tina Buchner da Costa, who is a rocket systems expert from the European Space Agency. Thank you very much indeed, Tina, for being with us.
A pleasure, Katie.
A very quick recap. We lifted off from the pad at the European Spaceport in French Guiana. You saw those beautiful pictures. It was a perfect launch. And we have gone through and completed a number of very important milestones. But during the break, you will have seen that on the telemetry on the right-hand side of your screen, that's the trajectory of the launch vehicle at the top of the screen there on the right, that our launcher is off its planned trajectory. Tina, can you talk us through what's happening?
Sure, I can. So our planned trajectory is actually the green one, and we are on the yellow one. So what we see is that our trajectory has actually kept a stable altitude over the Earth, and we haven't been rising in orbit. So we are, as a reminder, in the third phase of our mission. It's the demonstration phase. And in this phase, what was actually foreseen was to look at how the upper stage is behaving in the coasting phase. So here it is critical to manage the tank pressure, the tank temperature, and above all we were testing the behavior of the APU, the Auxiliary Propulsion Unit, which is a very new feature on Ariane 6 and which has worked flawlessly in the first coasting phase. Now in this coasting phase it was actually supposed to reignite, and we had successful confirmation of the reignition before we actually went into the break, but unfortunately a couple of seconds later the APU was switched off again. And yeah, that was due to safety measures on board, actually, that ensure that we only reignite if it is really safe. So what happened there was we had an anomaly, as we call it, so a non-nominal behavior. And that led to switching of the APU. And once the APU is switched off, we are not anymore having this constant thrust, this little push that we explained before. So we didn't rise in orbit anymore. So we are cruising at a constant speed and constant altitude right now, and we are probably not going to finish this part of the mission as we were hoping to.
And we're currently waiting for the range operations manager here in the Mission Control Center to confirm whether or not we will do the third boost of the Vinci engine. We're looking here at the teams in the Jupiter Mission Control Center, about 15 to 20 kilometers from the pad, depending on which route you take. What are they doing right now, Tina?
Well, I think there's a lot of communication going on right now, because the people who are actually seeing what happens on the launcher, they are sitting out in the Galliots station, so they're receiving the launch vehicle data, analyzing the data, communicating back and forth with our support teams in Europe, analyzing what is happening and what is the best way actually to finish this mission safely, because safety is paramount. So we don't want to leave any space debris, and they're right now deciding what to do next. And once this decision is done, we will hear from the range operations manager.
So obviously we have to absolutely have the right conditions, don't we, Tina, to release passengers, and we're waiting to find out whether or not we're waiting to hear from the range operations manager.
Yes, let's not forget, part of our third phase in the demonstration was actually to initiate a deorbit burn for the upper stage, and on the way to also release 2 capsules that we have on board. So right now the capsules are still safe on the upper stage, not released, and we need to have the right conditions before we release them. And the right conditions for this release means that we actually turn the upper stage into the right direction. We initiate a burn with Vinci, and this burn has to be prepared, the reignition has to be prepared. So there's the APU coming in to repressurize the tanks. If the APU is not running, it cannot repressurize the tanks. If we don't do this braking burn, it means we will not be on our deorbiting trajectory safely facing the Earth for re-entry. And as long as we are not in these safe conditions, we cannot release the capsules.
Just remind everybody that we have a number of onboard cameras, which has been wonderful because we've had some absolutely sensational pictures from them. We've had some very successful moments, and it was also a very magnificent liftoff. Tina, do you want to just remind everybody of some of the events we've been through?
Yeah, I guess with the replay, everyone has seen the mission again. We had a beautiful liftoff here from French Guiana. We had booster separation that we could even witness here with our beautiful eyes because we had a beautiful sky after 2 minutes into the flight. Then the fairing was opening exactly according to plan. We see some upper stage maneuvers here on the cameras right now, just in case you wonder what's going on there. So it's dark, meaning we are not illuminated here, so we don't really see very well our planet anymore.
Just before we carry on telling everyone what's been happening so far, can you just talk us through what we're actually looking at on the picture? It looks like we've got a camera there pointing at a piece of the upper stage and looking at that wonderful image there of the curvature of the Earth, I think.
Well, it's a bit dark, so it's hard to see what we're actually looking at right now. So where was I? We were separating our boosters, separating our first stage as planned. Next milestones which came up was the successful ignition for the first time of the Vinci engine. That burned according to plan, 10 minutes. And during this first burn, we actually switched on the APU for the first time. And it performed flawlessly for its first ignition. And also the first coasting phase, where the APU was running and doing its job, was completely perfect and as planned. We had successful release of the CubeSats. And here we are in our second part of the coasting, or in our second coasting phase in the third part of the mission, the demonstration part.
So for anybody who might have missed our program earlier, Tina, you explained to us what the APU is, and I know you've given us a bit of an explanation, but do you want to just explain to people why the APU is important and very new on this mission?
Yes, so the APU, as I already said, is the auxiliary propulsion unit, and it is the game changer for Ariane 6. It is actually the equipment that allows us to reignite the engine. And that job has been performed flawlessly for the first reignition of the engine. So what it does is it actually repressurizes the tanks. How does it do it? It taps off oxygen and hydrogen from both tanks, sends them into a gas generator that heats up the propellants, and with the heated gas, we repressurize the tanks. And at the same time, its job is also to settle the propellants on the bottom of the tank, because we don't want the propellants floating around, especially for ignition. We need them to be at the bottom of the tank, and its job is actually to provide a constant thrust, so the propellants are on the lower part of the tank, and from where we can guide it into the engine inlet.
You can see there on the right-hand side the telemetry information being tracked, I believe, at the moment by New Norcia, the teams there in Australia, and our altitude 590 kilometers above Earth. The distance is the distance if you were to draw a straight line from the launch pad to the position where the launcher is over the Earth. And vitesse at the bottom of the screen is the French word for speed, and as Tina mentioned, travelling there at a constant speed and at a constant altitude, of course.
Yeah, maybe here to remind, we are in a circular orbit around the Earth, so it's a stable orbit where we don't change our altitude over the Earth. So it's circular, it's stable.
We're in.
Our attitude control systems are running. So we're here in stable altitude and waiting for the next steps.
What are attitude control systems?
So the attitude control system is a cold gas system that is actually working on gaseous hydrogen in our case. So we tap off from the hydrogen tank, and this gas is used to do control maneuvers. So meaning to turn the upper stage in the right direction and to keep it in orbit. And there are always some little disturbances on any kind of orbit, and they are actually counteracted by this attitude control system.
Teams here in mission control. The glass you can see is special glass. It's for protection. In fact, it's so thick that when you bang on it, people can't actually hear you banging.
So we just have some information from our regie, and we actually have collected some voices of clients of Ariane 6 who will announce, express their excitement about the upcoming missions with Ariane 6.
So we're hoping to see that shortly, and we'll let you know when that's coming up. In the meantime, we're looking here at the teams, as we said earlier, in the Jupiter Control Center. So let's hear now from the voices of the people you just mentioned, Tina.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. We are continuing to listen in to ESA mission control from the French Guiana, where we are having had confirmation that Ariane 6's second stage is officially reported as off trajectory. You can see it there in the top right corner of your screen. The green line was the planned trajectory. The yellow line is the actual telemetry that they are getting from that vehicle. And now actually looking at it on the second screen there, the center one on the bottom right, or center right, excuse me, that yellow line does appear to be off the green line a little bit as well. So confirmation Ariane 6 off trajectory. A quote from the commentators, probably not going to finish this part of the mission, end quote. Teams are studying to see if they'll be able to perform the deorbit burn. But the other thing is there were 2 re-entry capsule payloads that were supposed to be deployed, but unless they have full control of the vehicle, they are unable to deploy those payloads. So lots of work happening around the world with the teams in their mission control centers, working to see what they can determine is able to be done here. ESA did confirm ESA did confirm that this was because of the APU. During the second startup, it did start up successfully, and we saw that live on air, but unfortunately it did shut down earlier than planned, and now we have not had it start up again, and teams are investigating that situation. So we're not going to hypothesize anything. We're going to listen to the updates, but looking at that raw official data on your screen, to Ariane 6 is officially off trajectory, and it is not currently coming down at the deorbit point that was expected. It was supposed to be coming down at this point, having started to make a major descent, and it is currently not doing that. It is actually increasing in altitude. So we will make the stretch that if they cannot deorbit burn this, we have a Ariane 6 stuck in orbit. at a 593 kilometers. We saw it descend into the mid 580 kilometers. This is a test mission. This is a demonstration mission, and we'll have to wait to see what happens. But if you haven't yet, share out the stream, invite people back. We saw an amazing launch, amazing deployment of CubeSats and payloads, and it looks like we may be seeing, unfortunately, not the perfect success mission we were hoping to see. Let's listen back into ESA Mission Control.
Been a big day for European space. Ariane is back, and we've gone through some excellent milestones. There has been an anomaly, so we are waiting to find out now from the range operations manager, and we will be coming back to you shortly afterwards. We're going to take a little break, so stay tuned for more information.
And ESA confirming they're taking a commentary break there as teams continue to work the situation. Ariane 6 basically stuck in orbit. That is a live view of the pad. They have actually now cut the feed from Mission Control, and this is the feed we are getting on all of the feed access that we have. An anomaly has occurred. Please stay tuned for more information. We will rewind and get a screenshot of the last trajectory data that we saw, and we will be staying live until we have more updates come in from the European Space Agency on today's historic first flight of Ariane 6. As always, if you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we will work on answering those live to the best of our ability. Keep in mind, this is a developing situation. We don't have much more data than you guys do, but we will be keeping a close eye on this as the teams navigate this unfortunate situation with Ariane 6 possibly being stuck in low Earth orbit. Now, keep in mind, Ariane 5, one of its early missions was a partial success as well, so this doesn't have to mean anything for the success of the vehicle or the future of the vehicle. This is a test flight, so it is something that we expect to see on a test flight like this. You know, Starship is a very different program where they tested stage and elements. This is a very different vehicle where they built the whole thing, and this was the test here today. So we are bringing up on your screen here. This is the last telemetry that we saw come in from Mission Control, and I'll make sure that we put a little sign on it here. Bear with me one moment. Everything was looking so great. Keep sending in those questions. I'm going to work on starting to answer those in just a moment, so please stand by for that. If you're just joining us, though, you are looking at a live view from the launch complex at the French Guiana. The European Space Agency has confirmed an anomaly has occurred. You can see it there on your screen. They will be giving more updates here while we continue through, but looking at that telemetry on the right side of your screen, it's increasing in altitude, and it's actually even off ground track for it. So definitely a situation that the teams are going to navigate, and we eagerly await their update. 2 hours, 53 minutes ago, it launched from the launch complex in French Guiana. Should have been deorbiting at this time and having made its way, started to make its descent, but it was actually increasing in altitude. We're going to take a commentary break. We've got the live feed patched in, so the moment we hear an update, you will hear it at the same time. So stay with us as we monitor Ariane 6 stuck in space. And we did just get an update through the wires from the European Space Agency. A press conference has been called to occur at 11:30 p.m. British Standard Time. That would be 10:30 p.m. UTC, or about 35 minutes from now. So we are going to be awaiting that press conference with the European Space Agency.
Well, it looks like we're not going to hear from the range operations manager right now, Tina.
Yeah, indeed. So, Katie, but there is actually a press conference coming up, and we might hear some of the explanations directly during this.
So we are coming to the end of our live broadcast now. Thank you for joining us on this historic launch. It's a successful day for Europe. We started the next chapter of European spaceflight.
Yes, Ariane is back, and Europe has re-established its access to space today.
So that's a great achievement for everyone involved.
Yes, let's congratulate again all the teams involved in the preparation of this incredibly successful inaugural flight. This enormous team effort deserves to be celebrated. All the best for you and the future flights of Ariane 6 coming soon.
Indeed. And Tina, huge thanks to you. It's been such a privilege to have you with us sharing your expertise. Thank you, Tina.
The pleasure was mine, Katie.
And also thanks to all the live broadcast teams who have brought us this show. Stay tuned for the post-launch press conference. That's coming up, I believe, at about 7:30 local time here in Kourou.
Yes, and that means Central European time, 0:30 a.m., so midnight.
Yep. So, from now, from me, Katie Haswell.
And from me, Tina Buchner da Costa. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And as the teams there wrap up their broadcast, they actually brought this video feed live again. This is giving us another updated look at that trajectory travel as well as its altitude as they conclude their coverage there. And it looks like they maybe weren't wanting to actually display that. They've now gone full screen as they conclude their coverage. We will be staying live. We are awaiting this press conference set to begin about 30 minutes from now. So make sure you stand by and stay with us as we continue to monitor the situation on the Ariane 6 mission. Looks like we may be able to get this back briefly on the clean feed, looking at that trajectory information. But yes, teams are currently working to navigate their data and see what they are able to determine was possibly that caused today's outcome. And unfortunately, that is something we're going to be waiting to hear, and we'll be waiting for this press conference that's set to occur here about 30 minutes from now. We'll, of course, continue to answer your questions to the best as we can, but we'll be awaiting that press conference in the next 30 minutes. We'll stay live as long as we have telemetry. If the telemetry ends up being taken down, we will wrap the live feed and come back with the press conference just to give you a clarification on how we're going to handle this, because we do not know if they're going to leave this clean feed. And you can see the animation. This gives me hope that this animation is driven by raw data. The animation absolutely freaking out there in the last 30 seconds, really tumbling different ways, trying to orientate itself, it looked like. Does not mean that's what it was actually doing in orbit, but it was trying to take the data it was getting and make the render appropriate to what it was seeing. So keeping a close eye on that telemetry and that trajectory. But Ariane 6 officially off trajectory. It is at 590 kilometers. It should have been into the Earth's atmosphere under the Kármán line at this point. And it is slightly north of the path that it was originally going to be following as well. So we're continuing to monitor that, and there they have pulled the telemetry and are giving us a view of the launch site. That the post-launch press conference is now set to begin at 22:30 UTC, which is coming up in just under 30 minutes from now. So we will be standing by for that coverage as we continue to monitor the anomaly that has occurred with Ariane 6. Stay with us. And if you're just joining us, Ariane 6 has unfortunately suffered an anomaly in low Earth orbit, causing it to be, for lack of better words, stuck in orbit. We are awaiting a press conference set to begin about 15 minutes from now. What we're going to do is we're going to wrap up these 2 live launch streams, and we have scheduled a press conference stream on the channel where you can go follow along with that. We want to do the best to bring the information one clear area so people can stay up to date. We have dropped the link in the chat for that new broadcast, so we hope that you will join us in there, set to begin in about 15 minutes, so we will see you there. But this will conclude our launch coverage of the historic first flight of Ariane 6. Stay tuned for the Anomaly in Orbit press conference following this historic flight. We'll see you there.